Right, so we should be back now, and welcome guys to part 2 of the long flights to Australia. So there should hopefully be a new stream now, one that started just a couple of moments ago. Yes it is. And so everything is a continuation of what it was in part 1. So for those of you post-stream, you can click on the thing on top left, the top right of the screen, the little tag. And yeah, this is kind of like the midpoint of our flights from Perth to from Heathrow to Perth. So part 1's Heathrow Perth, part 2 is part 1 is Heathrow to somewhere over the Indian Ocean. Part 2 is Indian Ocean to Perth. Part 3 is Perth to Melbourne. So let's see what you guys are saying. How do you do safety briefing at Heathrow Airport? So that was PAX. So it's this add-on here. Whoops. There we go. And essentially, what it does is it simulates the passengers within your aircraft. So unfortunately, I've messed up the setup, and therefore it's not going to be quite alright with all the hunger and thirst. I can try and do a service, but sadly I have messed that up. But yeah, that's PAX doing that. I can try and do a meal service, but as long as it thinks it's in climb out. We'll see. Yeah, PAX is a passenger simulation add-on, and it lets you simulate the crew and people in the back of your aeroplane. Very nice add-on, one I do highly recommend. I'm not quite sure what's up with family vlogs, but we will get rid of him. Why did you restart the stream? So with YouTube, there's a time limit of 12 hours for a live stream, 12 hours for a video. So, as our flight is 17 hours in length, it means that for the last 5 hours of stream, there'll be a massive issue with the encoder. As a result, it's easier to pause the stream, restart it, and that way it kind of segments it all into different sections. So, limitation of YouTube is why I've had to restart the stream. But don't worry, you won't miss out on anything, as part 1 will be on YouTube forever for you to enjoy. Welcome Leo, how you doing? Welcome to the channel, welcome to the chat. So we're currently at cruise flight level 410, somewhere over the Indian Ocean. Next country we're passing through will be India. We'll be going along the southern tip of that. We then also touch the southern tip of Sri Lanka before flying once again over the Indian Ocean and over the water the rest of the way to Perth. Our landing in Perth will then be during the sunrise in the area. So sunrise is at 7:15 in the morning. It'll be around 7 in the morning when we touch down. Welcome user deleted, how are you doing? Welcome to the channel, welcome to the chats, how are you? Just a reminder, for those of you just tuning in now for the first time, we are midway through our flights from London Heathrow to Perth, Australia. 17 hours in length, while also raising money for the British Red Cross. So if you guys want to support the Red Cross or support the live stream today, flying halfway across the world, then absolutely throw a few quids streams away, and any penny that goes in terms of donations today will go right into the Red Cross donation pool. So we're currently on £412.07, which is a phenomenal amount. And again, I must say a massive thank you to everyone who's donated today. It's been fantastic. So any donations today will go towards the Red Cross. Same motorbike every time. Why have we started stream? So YouTube has an encoding limit of 12 hours. The flight time is 17 hours, and so in order for it to have the stream on YouTube properly afterwards, at the midpoint I end the stream, let it reset, and then restart it. So it's not an issue to do with the stream or anything, it's just because the YouTube encoder has a time limitation that if we pass it, just creates problems. So yeah, don't you worry, the flight's going fine, nothing technical going on, it's just the one way to keep the sim happy basically. Just currently sorting out the streaming tools, so I also need the donation links as well. Just a reminder as well for those of you, if you have anything to donate towards the flights today, then there's the donation link. It can be £1, it can be £10, whatever you've got. All donations go towards the British Red Cross. It's an amazing cause. They do a lot, both within the UK as well as around the world. And certainly it's a charity that I do recommend. I do rather enjoy their work. So I've got that, and that should be all, hopefully. Playing so quiet. I mean, that is the 787 for you. It's a beautiful looking aircraft, one of your favourites. Same here. I do hope to fly the 787 at some point in the future. Fortunately, as it is a relatively new aircraft, we've got plenty of years for that. Which means, if I want to fly an aircraft that will soon be retired, the 747 is quite high up on that list. Yeah, the 747 I want to fly, that hopefully will soon. 787, it's a beautiful aircraft, and so we'll see when we can get a chance to fly that in the future. But at the moment, let's just stay at home and try not to head out too much, especially with the whole COVID-19 situation going on right now. Travel is not right now on the top of my mind. Please. Please what? Sorry, Miss Bar. Yeah, so right now cabin is dimmed for night time. Most passengers will probably be asleep at this point. I can anticipate that with a cruise of this long, most people will sleep and wake up in Australia refreshed, ready for their heads. We departed at 9 in the morning today, and we won't be landing until at least 7 in the morning Australia time, 2 in the morning UK time. We've been in the air now for give me 2 seconds, we'll check. Welcome train boy, how you doing? Welcome to the channel, welcome to the chats. Current weight of the aeroplane. We'll check that in a second as well. Just going back to the cockpit now. So, we've been in the air for 8 hours and 24 minutes. Expected arrival 8 hours and 14. So we are over halfway now. We are making good progress. Weight on the aircraft is 188 tons. With 51 tons of fuel on board. So yeah, we have got just under half of our fuel tank remaining. But as we are entering the later bits of the cruise with less weight on board, the amount of fuel burn is not too much of a problem anymore. Yeah, fuel flow is only now down to 2.5. That was almost double that earlier on. And so, as we get closer to top of descent, and even when we start descending as well, the fuel burn will be minimal. Are we expecting bad weather into Perth? Not at the moment, but let's have a quick look. Currently, the weather is... Okay, so there's cloud cover with 11 knot wind heading 060. I'm not expecting great visibility then, am I? No, it should be clear skies. Clear skies, 4 kilometre winds. Welcome back, Hornet. How you doing? Should be a smooth landing. Hope so. There's no reason for us having a bad landing today. It'll be quite a light aircraft in beautiful clear skies during the sunrise. But we hope so. It rather should be. Everything looking good? Yes, it is. When is landing? Landing's in 8 hours and 10 minutes. 8 hours to go. We are over halfway. Cruising altitude is 41,000, but flying a little lower. So, well, that's come down to altimeter. So, if we're going based on the weather in the UK, we're at 41,100s. But since we're flying at altimeter, which is standard barometer pressure, then we're going to fly a little bit lower than actual 41,000, which is at sea level. And ultimately, it just depends on how the different air pressures work around different locations. And so yeah, 40,800 feet sea level, based on standard altimeter of 1013, is going to be 40,000. It's 41,000 flight level 410. And at the end of the day, a flight level is different to altitude. 41,000 feet is different to flight level 410. They're similar, but they're not the same. Yes, we have restarted the stream because YouTube has a stream limitation of 12 hours. So we restarted the stream about halfway through the flight, that way everything can be saved properly. Are you feeling asleep? Oh yeah, I'm definitely feeling tired right now. I've been sitting here for coming up 9 hours now, so 9 hours of inactivity does start to get on you. Again, a reminder to all of you guys watching, if you have a couple of quid to spare, then please do donate to the British Red Cross, which is the reason for the stream today. So, flying 17 hours, with the aim trying to raise a little bit of money for charity. So, if you're feeling generous, let's support this stream by I'm going to have a little sleep. We're going to ride it out. I'm riding this out. If I fall asleep, there's a good chance I will miss waking up at the end. And that's something I kind of want to avoid. So, oh yeah, we're riding this out. And as I say, buckle up lads, we're going to Melbourne after. As we absolutely obliterated the original goal of £150. So, any amount will help. It can be £1, it can be £100. Any amount will help towards the stream today. Oh boy, this is going to be like for the next 8 hours explaining that why I restarted. YouTube has a time limitation on live streams, which is 12 hours. If I stream for longer than 12 hours, while it will still be live, there's an issue with the encoder, so the stream will no longer save to YouTube because of its time limit of 12 hours. As a result, after 8 hours, which is about 8 hours and a half, so about the midpoint of the flight, I pause the stream for 5 minutes and then restart. That way the stream will be on YouTube properly, and nobody misses out on the stream later if you want to watch it. Like I say, any donations, please do. All of it goes to charity later. We're currently on 412. Sadly, we didn't quite get to the £500 goal by the midpoint of the flight, but come on, 507 more hours, 8 more hours can be done. 8 hours and 5 minutes left to go to a landing. No worries. I enjoy all the conversation. I actually think we're doing it is good. Playing Explain while raising money for charity, and people like you. Certainly enjoy doing it. How much so far? It's £412.07 we've raised. Which aircraft do I like the most except 787? To be fair, I wouldn't even call the 787 my favourite aircraft. But the 737-800 definitely is up there with my favourites. Thank you for subscribing first off, so much appreciated. No worries, man, talk to you later. WoW stream's still going strong. Absolutely. We have no plan to stop anytime soon. The more that people donate, the longer this goes on, basically. So, as I say, if you have a couple of quid to spare, please do consider donating it to charity. You'd like 727. I'm trying to think. There are no more 727s in mainline operation, but it would have been cool to have flown it at some points. Same as 707. I would have loved to have flown it, but sadly it doesn't look like there's going to be any opportunity for that anymore. How are you able to fly to Australia with the Magknight 787 only lasts... What do you mean it only lasts 9 hours? Because we've been flying for 8 hours. Whoops. We've been flying for 8 hours and 40 minutes. So, based on that, you're saying I've got 20 more minutes until we end. But looking at our fuel flow... Oops. Looking at our fuel flow, we have got just under half of our tanks left full. With all 3 engines set to last a few more hours. If anything, we might even have a bit too much fuel at this stage. If it's possible to increase our speeds, try and burn a little bit off, I probably would. But the VNAV limitations doesn't allow for... Let's have a look. 260/.82. If I do that, would it work either? No, so it is limited to Mach 0.8 cruise today, but the Magknight 787, I don't know of any time limits per se. When you choose aircraft, you can adjust the fuel maximums. It's the long-known fact that the X-Plane fuel flow loader doesn't actually work. No airline, from what I can tell, actually has that number correct. And so while it's there, it doesn't particularly do too much. That's why most people say don't follow the X-Plane numbers, follow the fuel number, and they can get from like Simbury from any other flight planning software, but the X-Plane loading thing for numbers doesn't work as it should. Why don't I use P3D? For flights of this length, the risk of it crashing. Plus, I don't own the Quality Wing 787, but I do own the Magknight, and therefore it's just easier to fly the 787, the one that I own. But for long distance flights, X-Plane is certainly a lot more stable than P3D. Less risk of the simulator crashing on you. Have I flown the Beluga in X-Plane? No, I didn't even know there was a Beluga. Is there? If there is, then I'll definitely take a look at it. Welcome XG, how you doing? Welcome to the channel, welcome to the chats. So far, we are now over halfway through the flights. We are landing in just under 8 hours in Perth. Just under 8 hours to go. We're making progress, guys. We're making very, 'eventual' progress. 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 'Eventual' progr And Tomlin, we will no longer see you anymore. There's one thing this channel does not support, it's piracy, and therefore those who promote it, we will not give them the platform. Celebration. Celebration of what? Unless I've missed something. You purchased Magknight 787 a couple of weeks ago and you're quite impressed. It's not the train wreck everyone goes on about. The fact is, I mean, when it first released, it wasn't a great product, the Magknight. It was based off of freeware beta projects, which you can still download, the Magknight 0.5 beta. That's a freeware. They really should have released it as a payware as soon as the Aviator edition came out. That's when the systems really saw upgrades and massive improvements. And yeah, it's definitely getting better than it was a little while ago. So right now I'm running the experimental version 1.5, which you can tell has it's got different livery edition. Also comes with the Rolls-Royce engine type as well, although not being shown off in this stream today. It's getting better, the Magknight. With every update, certainly you'll see improvements. What's your opinion? Should you get X-Plane or the PMD GF737 for FSX? Now, that's a difficult one because X-Plane as a platform is great, but I also like the PMD G737. Although, I'd say... So you're an FSX user, not a P3D. If you're a P3D user, I'd say go grab the NGXU, the more up-to-date version, as that is class. If you're talking about FSX and the older simulator, I'd perhaps go more towards XP11. Get XP11, download the Zybo mods, and use that. But if you're in P3D, I would have said PMDG. I mean, unless they've lowered the price, which I'm not sure if they have, then look at that. Currently working on custom Kai tag. Sounds good. Interesting to see how that will turn out. Includes OpenStreet map cars that are based on real traffic. Ah, that sounds rather cool, actually. Do keep me posted. When it first released, it looked terrible. Most of the instruments were 2D, and it genuinely wasn't that great to fly. But with the Aviators edition, systems are looking so much better. The functionality is getting a lot better as well. It's got a few more pages you can mess around with as well. You've got the fully functional, changeable information panels, so you can bring up the communications panel here. Got system, CDU, same can do it for here, so hang on, switch that, there we go. CDU can now pop up an FMS on the forward panel here, which is certainly funky, as it is a fully functional touchscreen display. So I want to speak to cabin and all that, you've got the PA there. So it has got ACARs as well. Interesting. It's current aircraft's config and ADS. Interesting. Yeah, systems-wise, it's come a long way in the Magknight, and I'm definitely much happier with it now than when it first released. Getting obsessed with the old Hong Kong airports. Interesting. Again, just a reminder, if anyone's got a little bit of cash spare, then please do consider donating towards the Red Cross in supporting COVID-19. Doesn't have to be too much, but let's try and hit 500 for the end of this live stream. Every penny goes towards the charity. Don't you worry, I am not taking any of it. It's all to charity. Does anybody here watch anime? I've been trying to get into, what's it called? JoJo's Bizarre Adventure recently. I've started it. At some point I'll try and do a bit more. Very boring English, nice Japanese. Yeah, so I am currently watching in Japanese with subtitles. I mean, I know all the memes, I've seen all the memes, so I thought I'd actually give the show a go, see what it's actually like. Went to Osaka last March for travel bounds placed in the country. Okay. I know my brother's been in and out of Japan a couple of times. Time in the UK right now is coming up to 6 o'clock now, 6 PM. Default 787 flight gear's pretty good. I've heard a lot about flight gear, although it's not a sim I've used, at least not any time recently. I have tried it a few times in the past, and it's a decent freeware flight simulator, really. When you flew from Dubai to Perth in the Flight Factor 350, it's a fair flight that, fair distance Dubai to Perth. It's a good 10 hours, isn't it? Starting in London, stick another 7 on top of that. You've got the YV3399 add-on, sounds good. Better. Maybe at some point I'll check out flight gear again at some point, see what it's like in modern times. One time I tried to fly from Heathrow to South Africa, didn't make it halfway because it crashed because of icing. Ouch, yeah. Don't forget your dealisers. We've got ours turned on. They are over here. So we've got window heats, And we've also got the... where is it? Window heats, and we also got... no, it's not, that's air conditioning. Where is the anti-ice? It's automatic mode. Just pressurization. There they go, anti-ice, yeah. All set to automatic, so I don't have to touch it. The aircraft does it all. Yeah, that's the what's it called? Something like Flight Sim 2019 Pro or something like that. It's a fake product, basically. They try and disguise it as a brand new Ultra Flight Sim, but it is just flight gear with a few mods, and essentially it's a pirated, horrible mess of a product. Do not recommend it. If you want to get a flight sim, get flight gear. Is it then just box standard? Because I always thought it was like a pirate version of Flight Gear with a bunch of freeware mods stuck inside of it. Shame, it really is. It's horrible projects. And they always spam me your emails as well. I've got so many emails from them of a next generation flight sim that's better than FSX in every way. It's like, no, don't even look at it. Don't give them the time, really. That's it, Virtual Pilot 3D. One of the people, they're all stock photo models, all of them. Do I think an Intel Core i3 7th gen with the graphics card, yes. The CPU, possibly not. Try and get an i5 as a minimum for X-Plane. Also, how much RAM on that system? It's going to be ATC going through some form of training. Helping Abdullah at Jeddah control. We passed through Jeddah control. Sadly, we've just missed them. We passed through Jeddah quite a while back, actually, a couple of hours ago. Trying to start up a weird conversation, but don't you worry, Raymond. Flew the Beluga once, looks great. So if there is a Beluga out on X-Plane, then I'll have to look at it. What's it like system-wise? Try doing it Kai-Tak. Yeah, I don't think it's going to quite fit into Kai-Tak. It's too big for such a awkward airport for manoeuvring. .737 left to go on the time. 7 hours 37. Apparently we're set to land at 3 in the morning in the UK, so we actually managed to somehow lose an hour at some point. I really hope it's not that late. Because I've got one more flight to do after this, don't forget. We've got one more flight to Melbourne after. Got 4 pages of waypoints left to go. According to this, well, it says we'll be landing at 20 past 2 still, so I can imagine the on-screen ETA is going to be a little bit behind, but we'll see how that changes. Apparently Thomas Albrecht's flight gear Kai-Tak became the base for XP11. I've not heard about that one, if I'm totally honest. I don't think many people have. It's at least not something that anyone's ever mentioned before. Which add-on Swiss used from his vids? Realistic. Yeah, the problem with the 737 MAX next plane is that it is a pirate add-on as well. So the issue with flight gear, with Virtual Fly 3D being a copy of Flight Gear's stolen project, the MAX design team 737 MAX is a stolen version of the Zybo mods for the MAX. So the Ultimate team have been doing a 737 MAX for a little while now, and at some point in development, some guy under pseudonym Walter White managed to get a hold of the files for the 737 MAX, and then he republished it under his own name, and ultimately created a massive problem for the Ultimate team. So while there is a MAX out for X-Plane, it's a pirate's copy of an add-on that shouldn't be out yet. Yeah, it's an add-on that really shouldn't be out. Welcome back, Saturn. Well, 9 hours have been in the air now. 9 hours. It's going to be a long night. It's about 1:10 AM in the Philippines, 2:10 AM in Japan. By the time flights finish, it'll be 11 AM. In that case, you should probably go to sleep and then wake up for landing. It's what I wish I could do, but because of how the timing works, I won't get a chance to do so. But yeah, if I was watching from your time zone, then I genuinely would have slept throughout most of this, and then woke up for the landing later. But hey, fair play for tuning in and watching it throughout. Hopefully soon we'll start to spot a sunrise in the distance. Have I heard of OpenBV? Yes. I've heard of OpenBV. I used to use it quite a bit actually, before getting all the more advanced train sims, but it is a very good platform for all the routes. Welcome home, Muffin, how are you doing? Time right now, it's currently 10:42 PM where we are right now. 10:42 PM, 17:13 Zulu. Same motorbike every time. In fact, have you heard... Yeah, have I heard of OpenBV? Have you ever heard of Sim? It's a mobile train simulator. Quickly load it up. It's a mobile train simulator. Let's start, say, Central Line. And it also runs BVE. Okay, I might not be able to spot it because of the lights. No, it's not going to work really well, but basically it's a train sim on mobile that also runs BVE maps and routes and all that. I think it's quite cool. It costs like 70 pence. But highly recommended if you want to try and get some train sim on your phone. How do you get routes? You need to download them using a... So on the HumSim websites there's a conversion tool, and you need to run BV routes through the tool in order to get it to work. You don't have train sims. Download OpenBV. It's a free train sim. Costs no money. There's a lot of free routes as well for it. It's a very good platform if you want to get something for free. Oh, on Mac. Yeah, good luck. I'm sorry, but Mac is not the platform for gaming. Linux is getting a lot better, but Windows, as it stands, is still king when it comes to gaming. Flashbacks of the Solstice Stereo Mac Pro. I don't follow Apple products too much, so there's a lot that I'm not too sure what they do. I am a Windows person through and through. S787, yes it does. This is the Magknight Aviators Edition. It's night time, so can't really see it too well. Night vision's not going to show too much either, but actually you kind of see it through here. Yes, the Magknight Aviators Edition. If you have any car in the world for free, what would it be? I would probably... I'm not sure. The Bugatti share on just so I can sell it and get the money off of it. Probably. That'll be several million right there. I'm going to remind the guys, if you're feeling generous, why not throw a couple of quids at the way of the Red Cross, who this flight's currently in supporting of. Doesn't have to be too much, can only just be £1 if that's all you've got, but any little bit helps, and if we can hit 500 before the flight ends, then I would certainly be grateful. I mean, I've always wanted to do one of these charity flights, and so far I have been blown away by the amount of support that you guys have had so far. It's not die from boredom, we're going to fly from Schiphol to Heathrow. Enjoy it! It's a car that costs 150 million, it's not that long. Checkerboard fun's fun actually. No worries, Hornets. See you again soon. Flew from Dubai to London, Manchester on the Boeing 359. I'm not quite sure if you're trying to say the Airbus A350-900. Okay. Flew from Dubai to London on Boeing 359. Tomorrow plane will, in the morning. Yes. Good luck. Good luck. I'm sorry, but I'm not quite sure what's being said. So you're flying a Boeing 359 in Cathay from Dubai to London. Okay. Your flight sim's finally loaded. Sounds good. Enjoy your flight. What time expect to land? Expect to land at 2:30 in the morning UK time. I wonder. Playing train sim right now. Sounds good. Doing Dumfries to Preston. Sounds good. Enjoy it. Up to 9 hours and a half now on the cruise. 7 hours and 15 minutes to go. Ugh, these are computer flights. Oh yes, welcome Andrews, how are you doing? It's been very peaceful so far, and we've raised a lot of money for charity so far. Massive credit to everyone who's donated today. It's like top percent. We've been quite fortunate. We've actually gained a few minutes as well, so hopefully that will continue like that. We'll see. There's another aircraft to my right, apparently. It's going to be quite a fair bit out. It's going to be about 60 miles away from me. But it's nice that there is some traffic as well. Currently, we are over the Indian Ocean, several miles south of India. What? As in the Alan Walker song where you... Oh, you know... Oh, you talk about the Alan Walker song Fade and Faded. That was the freeware... That was the non-copyrights... yeah, no copyright sound song that became really popular for YouTube intros for a while. Flashback to when the dude left the stream, the best way, I was like, yeah. We had a guy who came on earlier, name is Mo Media. He jumps on the stream, drops £200 as a donation, and then left say he was doing a barbecue. I mean, I can't think of a more awesome way to donate for anything. So I do know the guy, and I'm going to drop him a massive thank you thing when I land. But that was just a crazy, crazy unexpected moment. So if any of you guys want to do the same, then please donate £200 as soon as possible to the stream. But no, seriously, if you guys have got any change to spare, whatever, then please do consider donating. We're at £412. I'd like to hit 500 by the end of this flight. If it's £1, then anything to help support the cause. Go across and dosh. Do a Boeing 787 Saudi Arabia airline from London to Frankfurt. London to Frankfurt, is that a flight Saudi doing the 78s? I need to check that. If it's not a flight that operates in the real world, then it's not a flight that I'll probably be doing in sim, as I tried to follow real world schedules as closely as possible, at least in sim. So there was the one I did over, well, the one I did last week, which was the Ryanair from, was it Shannon to East Midlands. While it is a Ryanair flight, at least it used to be, not anymore. So, as long as it was scheduled at some point, then it is possible I'll do it. So, we are now within the range of Indian ATC. There was a Unicom message from one of the airports. I wonder, do we have... We can! Oh, that changes everything. So we can pop out Avi tab. Just can't quite see it on the console or anything, but that's nice, okay. So we have got all the information we need. So we have got maps, we have got airports. Welcome back, Hornets. Oh, this changes everything. Finally, I've got Avitab functionality. How do I do safety video in Heathrow? Like I said, that's using an add-on called PAX. So PAX is a passenger simulation add-on, and it simulates everyone in the cabin, from flight crew to flight attendants to all of that. Passengers seem to be not tired at the moment. Well, they are going to be hungry and thirsty, because as long as the flight thinks we're in climb, we're not going to give any services out. So hopefully during the top of descent it might squeeze something in, but it's unlikely, I'm afraid. But yeah, PAX is a passenger simulation add-on, which also does passenger sounds as well. So passenger sounds, safety demonstration audio, all that kind of stuff. So we'll leave that open. So we didn't actually go over the land at any points, unlike the flight we did last year. Last year going to the UK, we actually flew over Colombo, and we also flew over Kandahar of India. It's like this time we're staying a bit more south of the two nations. So the next time we fly over any land at all will be the southern tip of Australia. And that is when we make our approach into Perth Airports, which is just to the east of the city, somewhere to the northeast. There it is. Runway 06. We asked it to actually land on this runway here, the rather short one for landing. I might see if I can try and push it over to this runway down here. It should be runway, I think it's 2. But we'll see. While we stay home for COVID-19, we can still enjoy Drawyah's streams. Of course. Of course. I mean, I can't think of a better way to enjoy a Saturday, apart from, you know, not sitting in front of a computer screen for 19 hours, hoping that this flight can end soon, so you do your second leg and then go to bed as soon as possible. No, because we've got a long way to go till we hit our landing. Hopefully, the next big thing we get on this channel will be the release of Train Sim Mod 2. A couple of runs on the Bakerloo line, a couple of runs on the ICE. Right, like I said, I'll be back in a couple of moments. Just give myself a second to stretch my legs again, pop to the toilet as well. Every few minutes I can just walk around a bit, try and wake myself up a little bit. As I said, the last thing I want to do is fall asleep, especially if we start coming towards the end of the flight where we need to focus on our landing. If I turn on logo lights, would it light up the QANTAS tail? Yes, it would. But since we are above 10,000 feet, logo light is no bueno. Right, I'll be back in 2 seconds. BBAIB. Be back in a bit. Right, we are back. Let's see what I've missed out. So, it's quiet. Yes, it was. Just some ambient white noise. Yes, it was. Welcome, Abdul, if you're still here. Welcome, Russian person I can't pronounce the name of. Hope you're still here. 40,936 C. Yes, we're currently at flight level 410 for cruise today. Network, this is on IVAO. We are flying on IVAO for this stream. Welcome, Raymond. Aircraft seems to be doing a pretty decent job at the moment. Flying for just under 10 hours now. We only have 6,040 more minutes to go. 6:40 to go. I can't wait for this one to end. I'll be doing an all-nighter tomorrow morning. I've got some manual labour to do. And then come morning, or come tomorrow evening, I'm going to be sleeping very well. So we are now flying over this group of islands. I have no idea where this is, or what the island is called. It's a military island of some sort. But we're getting there. You're my co-pilots. Okay, Abdul. Welcome, Natias. How you doing? Welcome to the chat. Are you going to be up all night in real life? Yes. As it stands, I will be doing an all-nighter in real life. Haven't fly Learjet, sounds cool. That's going to be another controller doing a test. Someone in Turkey at the moment. Someone doing an Ataturk centre. Best of luck to them. Welcome back, Miss Bart. How are you? Yeah, so still set for a 2:30 landing. Going to up to 1 AM just to watch this. I mean, I'll still be flying at 1 AM. At that time, I've still got another hour or so left of flying. I'm alright. Getting tired now, but it is what it is. Hopefully get a few more donations in. It's like it has slowed down a little bit, the amount people are donating, but as I say, don't expect everyone to be able to. But it would be nice to see 500 by stream ends. Will I be streaming the whole flight? Yes, yes I will. Streaming the whole flight, and we'll stream the second flight as well to Melbourne. If you do another one of these, do the East. Problem with that, I don't own all of the add-ons for East Coast Mainline, and if I was doing another one of these, I'd be doing a flight rather than a train journey. With a flight, you get a lot more distance covered in a lot more time as well. Should do a challenging approach series. That could be quite interesting. There are certainly a lot of airports in the world that have quite interesting approaches. Yeah, that is always a potential in the future. And if people will be interested in seeing it, then you never know. We might do something like that in the future. Different airports, different aircrafts. Try and find the most extreme challenges we can. Kite attack, I'm sure, will definitely be a challenge. Especially with the very particular approach path we need to follow. Absolutely. Try flying a double-decker Airbus. So you mean the A380? The problem is, there are no good A380s right now on the market. Not on X-Plane, not on FSX or P3D. Power in Bhutan, always worth a shout as well, especially if it's fairly turbulent approach as well. Do we know when Matt Davies' A380 is coming out? As it stands, the Matt Davies A380 is currently postponed indefinitely. Or at the very least, that's kind of the sense the community has, because he's been very quiet about the development of it at the moment. But yeah, as it stands, it looks like there isn't too much going on with that project. There's one FSX. If you're referring to the what's the developer's name? The Abacus Airbus A380, then no, it's not particularly great. There's a Dreamleader for an FSX, one like Beluga. I don't tend to use FSX too much these days. I might use P3D at a stretch, but I think until FS 2020 comes out, I will probably be sticking to X-Plane. $29,000. Gosh, that is a bit of a jump. Project Airbus and Wilco merge always a possibility. I mean, I don't own the Wilco either, so that's one. And likewise, the Wilco's cockpit functionality isn't particularly great. No FMS, no aerial systems, it's just basic flying A380. Remember Chicago MiGs? I don't remember it because the airport was... Actually, when the airport closed? 2003, so I was been 4 years old when it closed, but I know of Chicago MiGs, yes. Hold on, I'm going to fly a 737-800 there. Feel free. Since when was I playing XP11? I've been using XP11 since it first released, basically. I've been using it for a fair while now. Although I did make the change completely in 2018. So when it first came out, I was kind of using it 50-50 with FSX. Then FSX I just kind of had enough of with it being so slow and laggy, so I decided to end my FSX use and then start on XP11. I have got PTD as well, but I don't use it too often, and most of my add-ons are fully X-Plane working, so yeah, I decided to make the change and have been using it near exclusively since 2018. Who's been to Down Street Station? Down Street? I'm not sure. I don't think I have. Is that the terminus that closed down a couple of years ago? It's a disused station. It's been disused since 1932, so no, I've not been to Down Streets. I've not been anywhere near it. X11 has PMDG and FS Labs, but X11 does have Zybo mods and Tolis, who produce a great 737 and A320 series aircraft for X-Plane. Do I have FSD Global? No, I do not. I gotta stay hydrated. Do I have the Western Main Lines? Not sure. Not sure. I'll have to check. So we are now flying over the Maldives. Do a circle type thing. I'm not sure what you mean by that. Alright, we are now over the Maldives. Head over to the, where is it? Avitab. It's currently 11:15 in the Maldives right now. Over in Perth, it's 2 in the morning. And the sun will rise at 7:15, so 5 hours to go until the sun rises. we have 6.5 hours until we arrive, so we will get a sunrise during the descent. No worries, Saturn. So some air traffic around you. That's not air traffic. Oh my word, it is. Is it? No, those are waypoints, not air traffic. I was going to say, that's going to be a crazy amount surrounding us if it was. Yeah, it's not traffic, I'm afraid. Oops. Those are waypoints. Although that one there is an aeroplane, that one by the V, a VOR. If I turn off traffic, that one does disappear. So there is one aeroplane around us, but not anywhere near us. F in chat for the starving, thirsty passengers. It's not my fault. Actually, it is my fault entirely. I put in a cruising altitude of 410,000 feet. So as a result, they will not be served any food until we... I'm hoping that maybe during top of descent, it will trigger the food services, and that way during our descent, passengers will get at least some sort of meal. But I don't think they will. I don't think they will. It's a mess up on my part, I'm afraid, and the passengers get to suffer for it. I know, I'm a terrible person. It was purely unintentional, but I am a terrible person. As long as satisfaction doesn't drop below 84%, then at least we can be assured that passengers at least won't hate us entirely during the landing. That was just food though. We are right now flying over Mauritius. Sorry, the Maldives. We're flying over the Maldives. Feature streams can add some background music. For me personally, I kind of just prefer the more neutral kind of stream. But if you want background music, then it's something I can definitely try and sort out. Is that over 10 hours been flying? We've been flying now for 10 hours and 19 minutes, yes. Very long flights. We've got 6 hours and 20 minutes to go. Very long flights. This is like the second or third longest flights in the world, so yes, very long haul. That's what I do on onboards. Upgrade flight gear scenery. Is this the longest flight you've done, or have you done this before? I've done the reverse before, so I took off from Perth, I landed at London. So this is the return journey of the longest flights I've done. It's fun. Have you ever done a really long flight and it crashes on short final? No. Fortunately, I've managed to never have that issue myself. I've been rather fortunate in doing flights without any crashes along the way. Usually if I have an issue, then it's within like the first hour or so of the flight, so usually if it's a bug, then I'll find out about it quite quickly. What joystick do I have? So I have the Thrustmaster HOTAS Warthog. I've got the Warthog stick, I've got the Warthog throttle. It's a very expensive bit of kit, but definitely worth it. Hopefully it'll last me a lifetime with its build quality. Enjoyed watching your TS 2020 video with Bakerloo Line. You did last week, getting excited for Bakerloo Line TS2. The Bakerloo Line video was not in Train Simulator. That's a different project called Virtual Underground, and it's a free-to-play game. So if you head to the description of that video, then you can play that one for free. It's not a Train Sim World 2020 Bakerloo, it's a whole separate game altogether. How's the weather today? Bright and sunny in the UK, bright and sunny in Australia, a bit cloudy over the Maldives, but overall it's been a rather decent flight so far. Right, we've got just over 6 hours to go now. We're almost there. We're almost there. And when I say almost there, I mean we are maybe... We're not even 2/3 of the way there yet, actually, so... No, not yet. Not yet. Welcome back, Saturn. How are you? Sounds good. Right, goodbye D1 Drive. Thank you for your 0 inputs to the stream. No longer will we see your comments again. It's not really that much lighter. Sunrise is not for another 3 or 4 hours. Six hours to landing. Three hours till sunrise. And then we got the second flight to Melbourne. Here's a stream idea. What is it? A train sim route from A to B. I don't think I've got any of the correct DLCs to do that entire route. There's a lot of DLC I don't own for Train Simulator, which makes my reach on that a bit more limited. Can you stream landing at QANTAS? At some point, possibly. At some point, possibly. From either Tokyo or Taipei. We'll see. It's always a possibility with those kinds of flights. Quick look. We're probably going to run out of fuel in the centre tanks shortly. Answer is over here. Yeah, so we've got 7 tons left of fuel in the centre tanks before left and right tanks want to take over and start burning fuel from those. Got mixed with Perth in Scotland and Perth in Australia. Welcome back, MXG. How are you? Yeah, so far it's all looking rather fine. Temperature in the aircraft 24 degrees, nice and steady. Fuel on board 40,000 kilos, 40 tons. Flight time remaining is 6 hours and 2 minutes. About to hit about to hit 10:37 on the clock there. I doing the flight after this one. Yeah, so when we land at Perth, straight away, we'll be doing the flights to what's it called? We'll do the flights to Melbourne. So the initial donation goal is £150. If we hit 150, I'd have then flown to Melbourne, and well, now we're at 412, so that will be coming soon after as well. And it's not too late to leave a donation as well. If you want to donate even just £1, then absolutely, please do. All money goes to the Red Cross, all money goes to a very good cause. Turn off my webcam for a second. Still here. Just need a minute to get myself back into it. I love these long flights. And they really take it all out of you. When I say long flights, I am just sitting here doing nothing. It's probably why I'm so tired. If I was doing stopovers, landings every few minutes, then perhaps I'd be a bit more active, but sitting here to white noise, it's just very, very straightforward. 6 hours to go, slowly getting there. Of course. Only 6 more hours to go. Also means we are just shy of 2/3 of the way there. 2/3. Do I recommend 3J cabin sounds? I don't know. I don't use it, so I'm afraid I can't really give you a answer for that one. Where are we? We are right now over the Indian Ocean in the middle of nowhere. We've left the airspace over the Maldives, south of the tip of India, soon be south of Sri Lanka. Still got a little ways to go left. Do we have any passenger? Yes, I have. This flight has 178 people on board. $178 people. They're hungry, they're thirsty, but they're getting here on time. And that's the main thing. 6:56 to go. Just finished Schiphol to Heathrow and did a contact approach into Heathrow for some reason. Fair enough. Do I believe in the paranormal? Yes. Yes, I do. Gonna leave for now. Try and sleep, wake up in time to watch landing. No worries, man. Take care. Have a good night. Almost noon here. It's almost noon there. We've still got a long way to go. It's coming up to 8 PM in the UK. Almost 8 PM. Oh boy. Oh boy. That was an X-Plane freeze. That lasted a little bit longer than it used to. Even Pax almost gave up there for a second, but it's still going strong. So we can make sure everything else is still going strong, which it is. Oh, that did give me a slight jump there. But no, we're alright. We're alright. 5:50 to go. You're the king, bro. Cheers, man. Much appreciated. Let's have a look. Has anyone on the Instagram page reacted yet? Over on Instagram, I put a few posts up, and yeah, it looks like it's taking rather well at the moment. All links to my social medias are available in the description. So if you want me on Facebook, if you want me on Twitter, if you want me on Instagram or Discord, then you can use the link in the description to get access to all of that. Flying on IVAO. Not that sim. IVAO. I might head to the supermarket in a few minutes, as I need to grab some stuff for tomorrow. Also, might grab a quick drink as well to keep me going through the nights. But I won't go just yet, I'll give it a little bit longer. Actually, what time does it close on a Saturday? It's 8 PM. I just realised how late it is in the UK right now. It closes at 11 PM. Okay, so I've got a little bit longer before I can give it. Right, I'm going to go FK again for a little bit. Hopefully, I don't think I'll be too long, but I do need a minute kind of just now to lay down and rest. Maybe take a quick nap before continuing on a little bit longer. But I will be back in a couple of moments. Just give me a quick break. Again, any donations, any support for the Red Cross, I'm sure will be greatly appreciated. Please do either go through Super Chat, or the donation link in the description. Anyway, supporting the Red Cross will definitely go a long way. If you do use Super Chat as well, then I will just get out my own cards and pay it through the system. But like I say, 100% of all donations today will go to a charity. I'm not here to make money, I'm here to support it today. So yeah, I'll be back in just a couple of moments, give myself a quick rest again, and hopefully when it comes to the night portion for the UK, I'll have had enough rest to keep myself going a little bit longer. 5 hours 44 to go. Cool. Welcome back. Let's get the webcam focus. Please. Okay. How am I going to do this? There we go. Perfect. So it's getting a little bit cloudy now. The weather's starting to close in on us. I don't think we get landing performance from this. No, we don't. Oh well, yeah, so let's have a look what's going on at the moment. Centre fuel, I'm expecting that to end soon. Got 3.3 tonnes left in the centre tank. So we will be shutting off the fuel tank very shortly, or the fuel pumps. That will be the two centre ones. Whoops. Ooh, did not want to do that. I'm glad I set this on, not off. That would have been very tragic if I set the electrics off. Yeah, but yeah, centre pumps will turn off in a couple of minutes. See what more remains. We're in the middle of nowhere in the water right now. Interesting amount of snow for the Himalayas. Yes, like I say, it's got a fair while to go. Progress is good. Got 3 pages of flight plan left. ETA still around 2:30 in the morning. Let's see, can I try and increase? No entry allowed, so yeah. Unfortunately there is no real way for me to adjust the VNav to try and increase our speed a little bit more. Perhaps actually, if I were to turn that off, increase the speed up to Mach 0.85, as long as we're on LNAV, we'll keep the heading regardless. It's just the altitude we're keeping at 41,000. If we can speed up the flight a little bit, that'll make things a little bit easier for me at the other end as well. And plus, an early arrival, always just good for passenger satisfaction. I mean, we've got the fuel for it. We've got 5 hours of flight left. We've still got our left and right tanks completely full. So yeah, we'll fly at Mach 0.88, which is an increase from our original cruising speed of Mach 0.80. Means we need a little bit more fuel burn to maintain the higher speeds, but we won't need to maintain it for as long. Already, you can actually see the ETA now starting to shoot down the minutes. It's good. 20 minutes we've saved so far just by doing that. And the time that's still ticking down. Ground speed is now 481 knots. The winds aren't so much in our favour. There's now a headwind blowing towards us. That will slow us down a tiny bit. But as long as our fuel burn sticks down a bit, we'll be alright. Oh no, could we do Mach point... Nah, Mach 0.8 is the maximum speed of the 787. Oh well. Must have been quite a hard to cloud this actually. I mean, they are moving across the screen fairly quickly. I mean, we have increased the airspeed a bit, but it's not by that much. Certainly doesn't look too far away either, so certainly things have caught up to us. Sun in the UK is now starting to set. Starting to get a bit lower over the horizon now. Welcome Davey, how you doing? Welcome to the channel, welcome to the chats. OMG said hi. What do you mean? I always say hello to the people who watch streams. I love you, best YouTuber. Massive thanks, man. Much appreciated. Glad you enjoyed the contents. So, about to hit our next waypoint, Camoon in 27 miles. It'll be a little later. I'm going to start making another left-hand turn. Not a massive one, but takes us again closer towards Australia. 11 hours and 37 minutes since we departed from London Heathrow now. We have just over 5 hours left until we land. Only 5 more to go. Am I excited for the Subways 2? Sorry, Train Sim World 2. Yes, absolutely. The German ICE, the London Underground, Bakerloo. 2 lines that I am very keen to get my hands on and drive. Pardon me. Hello mate, how long left now? 5 hours to go. 5 hours, 1 minute and 30 seconds. We're getting there. Oh boy, we're getting there. About to hit 4,000 views in the last 48 hours, which is always good to see. Again, I must say, you guys have been absolutely fantastic, the amount of views I've had recently. I mean, ever since the whole Train Sim World 2 videos started bigging up. Yeah, ever since the whole Train Sim World stuff kicked in, I've had a lot more views on this channel, and even these live streams where, okay, they are crazy hours long, but genuinely, there's lots. I mean, so far, with the charity stream as well, we've raised £412, and hopefully, fingers crossed, get some more before the end, but we'll see what happens. Yeah, it just is phenomenal. Sorry to be annoying. You're not being annoying, man. Don't you worry. Best game I've ever played. It's gonna be a far reach one. Actually, I'd say it's one of 2. One game I would say I've rather enjoyed is Armored Assault. So, not Armour 3, not Armour 2, but Armour 1. How do you donate? Well, let me drop you the link in chat. So essentially we're raising money right now for COVID-19. We're raising money for the Red Cross in supporting COVID-19. around the UK as well as the world. So we've raised a fair bit of money so far, and of course any donations will certainly go a long way in trying to get us towards our goal. We completely smashed the original goal of £200, and so I'm really hoping to get the 500 goal before the end of the stream today. Yeah, so best games. I rather liked the original Armour game because that was kind of the first one that I really stuck to, and kind of got me into the Armour genre as well. I never really got into Armour 2, probably because I was rather young at the time, but when Armour 3 came out, it was just a massive blow-away, fantastic game that I've just rather enjoyed since. So we got that. Also, we have one that's a bit more less known, but Drawn to Life, the original Drawn to Life on a Nintendo DS. That was the first game that I ever really properly got into for the story, and yeah, that game was phenomenal. The story, the whole back behind it, it's a game that no one ever really replicates. No one comes close to it. It's a Nintendo DS game, but it's a very good one at that. And so, Drawn to Life on Nintendo DS, certainly it's a game that will be fond to my heart. You can draw your own hero and take him into the world of adventure. You have to go against the mighty Wilfred, who's completely devastated the town by throwing all the pages of the Book of Life away. Oh, it's such a beautiful game. I've got very fond memories of that. Yeah, the original Drawn to Life. Fantastic game. Maybe one day I'll play it. I've got my 3DS somewhere. I need to figure out if I have to get the old cartridge for it. If not, I'm sure it'll be cheap on eBay these days. And yeah, it'll be a whole experience again. Oh, here we go. So there's a fuel warning lights now. The centre tank is just about to drain. That means very shortly. So yeah, fuel low, centre left and right. Although actually I think it may even stop pumping it now entirely. The green lines have stopped. Interesting. Okay, so we'll turn off the centre tanks now. I've never had the alarm for crossfeed before. That was a bit of a scare, that. Yeah, okay, so we turn off the centre fuel pumps. And now we're going off the engines 1 and 2 directly. Like I say, any donations, no matter how big or small, it could be £1, you could be that guy who donated £200. Why? So much. But yeah, any amount, big or small, would go a long way in supporting the Red Cross. Next waypoint is Idevi. Yeah, got a thrust limiter if we wanted to, so you could limit M1 if we wanted to as well. But we'll leave it. Once we get a little bit closer to Perth, I'll start looking into program the approach as well. We know what runway we're going to land on, we know the approach pattern. I possibly want to change the runway that we do land on, because 06 is, in my opinion, a bit too short for the 787. But we'll see what happens. See if maybe there's traffic in the area as well, which can guide us. We arrive in 4 hours and 54 minutes. 4:54 until we arrive at Perth, Yankee Papa Hotel. Essentially, when you spot the sun rising, that's when you'll know we're about to hit our top of the descents. Because as I say, it's the longest day in the world in the UK. Longest day in the world, just the longest day of the year in the UK, but the shortest day of the year in Australia because of how time zones work. And so, yeah. Yeah, from wherever the nearest airport is, there is no view of our aircrafts. You see where the daytime is though, at the other end of the world, but yeah, it's just a night sky. Welcome Goran, how you doing? Nice to see you've managed to get some time for yourself. How you doing? Welcome channel, welcome to the chats. So far so good. £412 away so far for the Red Cross. It's been a good stream so far. About 4 hours and 45 minutes left till we land in Australia. I'm doing really good today. I'm doing really good. This stream has been phenomenal so far. The amount of support from people has just been amazing. So far, the 787 has done us very well. In terms of fuel amounts, we seem to have done pretty good. We are now on both the left and right tanks. We have now finished centre fuel. And that should be enough to get us to Perth without much of a problem. It won't be much left in the tanks, admittedly, because of the fact that we are flying so far, right on the limit to the 787. But it is enough to get us going a fair distance, and then after landing we then turn around and head to Melbourne afterwards. Oh yeah. Just saw that come on screen now. £2 from Aviator Goran, just in your part. Much appreciated, man. This is on £414. That's a very, very good number for the Red Cross to work with. Much appreciated, man. So what have you been up to? Because, well, you've not really been streaming anything at all recently. I would have thought, with you being off school and all that at the moment, this would be kind of like prime time for you to stick a few live streams up on your channel. So what have you been up to? You still here, Goran, or have you disappeared? Ah, there we go. We've just not felt like it for some reason. I was trying to learn part 727, they don't know. And schools even know a lot of work to do. That's fair enough. I mean, the 727 is a challenging aircraft. So, I'm sure once you've learned all that, you can try and get back into it as well. Because, I mean, for the most part, most people seem to have forgotten about your vaccine incident, so you're not doing too bad at the moment. It's just a case of waiting to see you get back on live, really. I mean, stream's not really too bad. I'm like an ETA that slowly kind of claws back a few minutes. If all goes to plan, the 4 hours and 38. Or can we push that to 3 hours? If we can gain an hour in this flight, then when we fly to Melbourne at 2 in the morning. Why did I set a goal of 150? I should set a goal of 500. There, we'd never be able to make me suffer. For you, the 72 is easier than the 350. What planet are you flying on, Hornet? In flight gear. So, what kind of FMS does it have, then, is the question. Apologies for that. Brother came with some dinner updates. Right, what am I missing out on? What am I doing? Right, we'll talk about 737, or favourite aircraft, wasn't it? Oh yeah, what flight sims do you have? Amazing that you're doing this, man. Definitely a thumbs up from you. Sounds good approach. How are you doing? You don't like sticks, you prefer the yoke. 2 in the morning, that's nothing. Once landed at 5 the whole night. Now we'll be up the whole night. We land at 2 in the morning. We then take off again at 2 in the morning. We land at 6:30 in the morning. 737 is the easiest, especially 738. Where are we now? Right now we are still over the Indian Ocean, several hours away from Australia. Oh, have you bought P3DV5? Very interesting. I mean, I'm personally saving my money until FS 2020 comes out later this year. The more money you spend now on these kinds of sims, I don't know, the more you might be falling behind once the big one comes out soon. FS 2020 I am very excited for. I'm doing very good, how about you? I'm chuffed. £414 I am very pleased with so far, the money collection for this charity stream. I didn't expect to get 150, so to get almost 3 times the amount is just phenomenal. And so fingers crossed we do hit £500. 500 would just be amazing, that's what I'm going to say. That will help a lot of people at the Red Cross. A lot of people with the whole COVID-19 situation. Helps a lot of the fundraising as well. It's a phenomenal cause, and that's a phenomenal amount as well. You're going to wait for a year for FS, really? I'm guessing at day 1 launch. I mean, the graphics are so far amazing, and what I played at XO19, the gaming convention in London last year, that was just amazing. I am very excited for the upcoming simulator. Gonna see what add-ons come out, but you'll see what happens 3 weeks and then maybe. I mean, add-ons that have essentially been confirmed, well, there's only one add-on that's really been confirmed, that is the PMDG 737 NGX2. So, actually, I think it's actually the NG3 even, sorry. Yes, the PMDG NG3, so it's 737, that's been confirmed. And people who bought the NGX for P3D before New Year's last year we've got a discount on that one released as well, so that's one thing to look out for. I know there will be a lot of developers who are working alongside it as well, so I'm sure Quality Wings will do something for it. You'll have who else? FS Labs will definitely do their 320s for the simulator as well, but we'll see how good the default one is. The default one will certainly be like comparison up. Yeah, there's a lot that will be good. And then the default scenery, the sky environments is just beautiful. The updates that Microsoft have done so far, it's just, out of all the simulators coming out, including all the train sim ones as well, FS 2020 I'm the most excited for. Train Simulator 2 is the most, like, up close one when it's coming out in 5 weeks time, 4 weeks time now actually. August 6th that one releases, but FS 2020 just visually it looks fantastic. Hopefully the flight dynamics will match as well. It's going to be a very interesting platform once it does release. I wonder if I can get enough money for a new computer and FS 2020. I mean, in terms of looking at how much a computer costs, I mean, go take a look at what the recommended spec for FS 20 will cost you, even how much the minimum requirements will be. If you want kind of an idea of how much the system will cost, then looking at a price around those starts to give you a basis. I really need to pop to the supermarket at some point shortly. It closes at 11 PM. If I head out maybe at 10, perhaps after dinner. I'm going to have dinner ready soon, so I'll go eat. I'll then go and head to the shop, buy what I need for tomorrow, and we'll see what all goes on from there. I'm going to need lunch. I'm going to need a couple of energy drinks just to keep me going over tonight as well. Right now, you're not conking out flight gear to 100% graphics because it will lag, and there's no point in flights if there's lag. Absolutely. At least with the case of XP11, if you are getting less than 20 FPS, it will physically slow down the entire world, meaning that your flights will be a lot longer than they actually are. So, if you're lagging in X-Plane, it's horrible. If you're flying a 2-hour flight, it can become 6 hours just because your simulator's running too slowly. P3 doesn't give you that penalty, but I believe it is down to the fact that an FAA regulation, or at least an old one, is that your eyes can only see at 20 FPS, so if your sim's below 20, then it will affect all that. It's a whole story behind it. Right now we're getting about 35-40 FPS in the cockpit. That's up to 50-60 when outside the aeroplane. And bear in mind it's quite cloudy at the moment. So that's not bad. Right now you're at 30 FPS. 30 is a good number to have. If you can average around 30, then absolutely. I love how much my shoulder flickers in the darkness. You should see my arm actually as well, but because of the way the microphone's positioned, perhaps that's blocking it a little bit. It's not a perfect screen, but it does a job. Still dark? Yep, it will be dark for another at least an hour and a half to 2 hours. Going to watch now. Enjoy whatever you're watching, Saturn. Yeah, as the sun's setting in the UK and my limited method of lighting, it's going to be a little bit more difficult to keep this screen maintained, but we'll try. Alright, I'm just going to pop off for about 5 minutes. I want to see what's going on for dinner tonight. Oh, dinner's ready? Okay, well, that's just answered that question then. Back in a few moments, I'm going to go eat, I'll head to the supermarket, grab what I need for tonight and tomorrow, and then we'll be back for well, the rest of this flight basically. Not long to go now. 4 hours and 20 minutes. 4:20 to go. Back in a moment. Well then, I have returned, and quite possibly for the last time. So I've done now all my amenities, I've had food, I've done what I need to. Should be disappearing no more for the stream tonight. Currently at £414, which again is a fantastic amount. Is this in real life? This flight takes like 10 hours. 8, yeah, it's a 17-hour flight in all from London to Perth. Yeah, we've still got a fair while to go until we come into land. 3 hours and 38 minutes. Although if all goes to plan, we could be landing within the next 3 hours anyway, so we get some time early to land. Because as always, the earlier we are, the better that things gets. We should then do our turnaround at Perth. We'll get the flight prepared for Melbourne. That'll be a further 3 hours of flying, and then we can bring things to an end. Finally end the live stream, and well, I'll try and get as much rest as possible before I head out to do some work in the morning. Let's get a quick update of the fuel situation. Both tanks still have quite a fair bit in them right now, 14 tons per wing, and also the centre tank has emptied out. So obviously it has drained slowly as the flight continued on. So the sun may be starting to rise in a couple of minutes. My lighting right, sorry. Yeah, so the sun may be starting to rise in a couple of minutes, so hopefully we'll start to see some of the lands down below. Well, I say land down below, it's just water. Head over to AV tab, show the map. Not long to go now. Not long at all. Timing game. Right now it's 4:09 in the morning. 4:09 AM. Yeah, my shirt's gonna be all phasing out. You've done well to last this long. Fair play to you. Oh, don't worry. We've still got a lot more to go. No, 3 hours until landing. Then it's a further 3 hours to Melbourne. Thank you for donating. Ooh, woo, woo, ooh, woo, woo. Thank you very much. Will sun be rising in front of you? Yes, sun will be rising in front of us. That'll be in a little bit longer. Welcome back, Hornets. How are you? Whereabouts are we flying over now? Still over the Indian Ocean. It's going to be a little while until we hit any form of land. The next time we hit any land will be when we're about 500 feet on short final to Perth. It's just water now for the rest of the flights. Still doing alright for the ETA. Even here it's started to an extent that are going to be a little bit earlier as well. Still, I'm expecting to land around 1 AM, so... yeah, still going to be quite a late finish. I might just turn off the webcam, to be fair, in the short bits, since the lighting's just not going to work out for me so late. You're up next is the problem with London Perth flights. Interesting. Interesting choice of recommendation, YouTube. The problem with these flights. That's also another thing. Seems like my shadow behind me has actually been detected by the camera. If I was to maybe turn this off, how about a white screen? How about that? It's not perfect, but again, just trying to get that right balance. It's kind of better. Oh, actually the wind's also become part of our favour too. So 60 knot tailwind, so we are actually getting pushed now by the current weather. Ground speed 520 knots, that is crazy. If that wind gets stronger, then potentially we can even do a bit quicker as well. But the winds are definitely now in our favour. So, less than 1/4 to go now. We're making decent progress. And I'm glad that we have found ourselves a really good approach path in as well. Because as I say, the weather was probably my biggest fear. If it was going to be a tailwind the entire time, how much would that affect us the flights? But it looks like things are quite stable now. Welcome Morgan, how you doing? Welcome to the channel, welcome to the chats. So, 3 hours 19 to go. It's been 13 hours and 21 minutes since we left London Heathrow Airport. And not long now until we arrive over in the Australian coast. Since it looks like chat has now died down a bit, I mean, what is it? It's 10:30, so a lot of people now start going to sleep. A lot of people are tuning out as well. A lot of people in Australia probably maybe waking up soon, soon as well. If you look at the time in Perth, it's 5:27 in the morning, so yeah, at the moment, most people are currently asleep. So I'll give myself one more period of rest. Wait until maybe we're an hour or so from arrival. And at that point, we'll plan the final stages in for our landing. Again, a reminder, any donations that do come in today will be greatly appreciated in supporting the Red Cross and what they do. Okay. Somebody sent it on Twitch, has it? Yeah, so we're about 3 hours and a quarter now from Perth. 3 hours and 15 minutes. Top of descent will be in about 2 hours or so. Although we'll properly plan our approaching as well in a little bit. I mean, we don't know what could possibly change. Maybe get an ice controlled lot? I'm not too sure. And then afterwards, we'll then fly to Melbourne as well, so it's an extra 3.5 hours of airtime. We'll see how that affects us as well. But as it stands, it's really good progress. It's a fantastic amount for charity, and you guys should be very proud of what you've achieved so far. So, I'll be back in a short bit. Okay, give myself some time to rest, and then it's just straight back on and ready to finish everything off. Back in a bit. Hi SCG, how are you? Yeah, currently in a bit more of a relaxed state of mind. Thought I'd get a bit of rest in before bringing the aircraft in for a landing later. So, I'm going to be a little bit off webcam, a little more relaxed. Hope you have a quick nap as well. I've got an alarm set for about an hour till we finish, so I do have a nap. At least I'll be rested for the final stages of the flights. I hope you're doing well. So far we've raised a fantastic amount for charity. More than I thought we'd ever achieve with this. It's been amazing. The support's been phenomenal. And again, I thank everybody who's donated today. don't you worry, I'm not sleeping, I'm just taking a quick rest since we have got still a little while to go. Top descent is in about an hour and a half, 2 hours 25 till arrival. Don't you worry, I am still monitoring his flights. I just thought I might as well get some rest in now while everyone's asleep. Most people in the UK are asleep, most people in Australia are asleep right now. So, have a moment of rest, take my eyes off the screen for the first time in 20 something hours. And yeah, then we'll get prepared for the landing in a little bit. But 2 hours 25 to go, we're definitely making good time at the moment. Ooh, and actually as well, I've just noticed we've had a donation. Homie Muffin, much appreciated, man. Much appreciated, £2. And ACG as well. Great idea, hope you get enough to donate. It's currently supporting the Borders. Yes, Sims Without Borders. They're another great cause as well, actually. So what they do is streamers will game for a certain amount of time, and what they then do is raise money towards a charity that supports people. Ooh, Explain. Please don't freeze like that. Explain, you're terrifying me. Yeah, Streamers Without Borders then donates will then use that money to kind of help people when moving across country and all that. And yeah, it's another great cause, and perhaps you never know, maybe next year, if the coronavirus situation is no more, then maybe it will be the choice of donation for next year. But yes, absolutely fantastic so far from you guys. It's been an amazing journey so far. Thank you, homie. Thank you, ACG. Apologies for not getting back to you a little bit earlier to thank you, sorry. Like I said, I was just kind of resting my eyes a little bit. Ready for landing in a little bit. I mean, come on. It's been what? Well, actually, what it's been? It's been 14 hours and 17 minutes since we departed. 14 hours! That's crazy. Man, I can't even remember what Heathrow looks like. Even look at the map on the bottom right of the screen there. The massive pink line that's been drawn across with actually the entire world map. If we don't look at the American portion. It's been very good. You guys have been fantastic with the support so far. And so, hopefully, the landing afterwards can match that as well. Just got to feel for the passengers who've been on this flight and haven't had a single thing to eat yet because I messed up the altitude numbers. Hopefully they can have a nice meal when we land. So, I will be back shortly to do the landing like I say, but I've got a good maybe 45 minutes or so until we hit that vital point of the flight. And so perhaps time to actually, you know what? You know what? Let's program this landing, shall we? Let's take a look at what runways are in use right now. We'll take a look at what's currently available for us. We might as well get this all plugged in at the moment. So it should be... It's very dark. Oh yes. Oh yes. Sunrise should be in about an hour or so. As it stands, we will be... Apologies to the microphone, if the webcam, sorry, kind of just glitches in and out a bit, because again, it's just really bad lighting that my green screen can barely detect it. We'll carry the Firefox as well, since that's not required. We need the flight plan, that is important. It's a Wave 2 Sierra approach on runway 06. If I go to my arrivals... If I can get myself onto an ILS runway 03, yeah, it's going to be a little bit laggy while it gets back into action. Runway 03, do we have a wave approach here? Yes, we do. We have a 2 Alpha, which is the same approach. Okay, let's just do the other way around then. So we clear that, sorry. Wave 2 Alpha, 03 Zulu. the legs. So it will connect without any problem. Let's quick look at the plan modes. Let's go by step. Zoom in a bit as well. 20 miles will do. And then we'll just go step by step. Oh, okay, it doesn't quite work like that apparently. Okay, well, I can see that it all does match up. So, Pornum, Nimob, Merib, Keels, Brig, Bitap, Sales, Waves, Heiko, Sadal, Harmin. And this is where then our approach starts to come in. So you make this loop around, start heading north a little bit, and then arrive at runway 03. So really it's a straight in approach. What's this? An exam going on in Bogota right now. Best luck to that, pilots. So that's our approach now all sorted. We now know how we're going to get to our airport. In fact, there's an airplane also somewhere in front of us as well, a bit of traffic. Right, if I have a look at top of descent will be at 1 AM in the morning exactly, so an hour and a half till top of descent. We land at 01:33, so it'll be 2:30 in the morning when we touch down. Though hopefully we can gain a bit of time, like I say. So we've got a little bit of flying left to go, but we are very close to our destination. And again, a massive thank you to everyone who's donated so far today. It's a phenomenal amount raised. I'm sure hope that the Red Cross will be able to do a lot of fantastic things with this so far. Thank you, Wings Llama, for raiding as well. Much appreciated. I've been watching since 6 AM. Fair play, man. Have we had passengers yet? No, we haven't. Yeah. That was my own fault. I hope that when we hit top of descent, because there's a queue of like text right now that the cabin crew will need to go through, I'm hoping that when it switches from climb to descent mode, when it detects that, we can try and slide into meal service very quickly when we do make this final approach. I mean, it's one way to guess earn money out of meal service, and that is to starve the passengers and then charge to feed them. Probably not exactly allowed in many places. Alright, so I'm going to disappear again. I'll be back at I'll be back about 15 minutes before top of descent. And then I'll be staying there throughout the entire duration of descent, as well as making the landing in. Then we'll end the stream again for 5 minutes, we'll jump back in, and then we'll do part 3, which is Perth to Melbourne. So as we hit the 150 goal, we'll definitely be doing the extension as well. People in first class want a refund. Sadly, they'll have to go through QANTAS management to try and sort themselves out with that. Right, like I said, I'm going to disappear now for a short bit. I'm also going to grab myself a refill of water since I have now run out. So I'll grab a refill, I'll get myself all stocked up, I'll have another quick rest, just completely bring myself back into the game. And then, yeah, that's it. Almost ready for a landing. Yeah, 14 hours and 25 minutes in the air. 2 hours and 16 to go. 2 hours 16, that's a normal flight for a lot of cases. That's a short haul. In terms of fuel, we've got plenty on board. 23 tons in total. I mean, how much is that in total? We hold 16 in both. Yeah, so we have 16 in both. 11 left. We'll have good maybe 3 hours of fuel left after we've landed. Right, back in a moment. So, we're now within 2 hours of our arrival. 2 hours to go. Current time in Perth is 6:48 AM, which means the sun will start to rise in about 30 minutes. Sunrise in 30 minutes. And we will finish things off. Well, we finished this flight at 1 hour 57. Don't forget, we then have one more flight to do after to Melbourne. That's another 3.5 hours. So, actually, we've still got a fair bit to go left. But in terms of progress, it's been very good so far. 14 hours 44 in the air. Very nearly at a descent phase. And that's definitely been long overdue. But yes, it's been a long flight. But we are now heading towards the very final stages of it. Right, so my next update will probably be at top of descent, so about an hour or so. We'll hit the Tier D, and then we'll bring the aircraft for a landing. If we go to program, we can spot that our touchdown will be at 1:23 Zulu, so it'll be 2:23 in the morning in the UK. Top descent will be at 1:49 in the morning, so less than an hour to go now. 59 minutes till descent. 59 minutes. At the moment it's turned off because I'm not quite ready to turn it back on. Likewise, I need to sort out my lighting as well, since it's now dark at the moment in the, well, in my room it is dark. And people in my house now are asleep, so I don't want to disturb them too much. So, the webcam will be back, but the webcam will be back for top of descent. At the moment it's just a few checks every few minutes, just to make sure everything's still going. And I'll disappear back again for a little bit longer again. Welcome back, Hornet. Still here, I see. Welcome, yeah, Norwegian CEO still here as well. It's been a long flight, but we're almost there. We're very almost there. Right, I'll see you in less than an hour, actually. Less than an hour until we descend. Oh yeah, it's been a very long trip. Our engines have been on for 14 hours and 47 minutes. And we still got another at least 2 hours of them running before we shut them off again. You're excited for landing? Absolutely. How much time left? 1 hour and 53 minutes. 1:53 to go. 1 hour and 51 minutes left. 1 hour 51. Engine's been running for 14 hours and 50 minutes right now. This is how long we've been flying for. So this is a crazy time. But a good time. I have very much enjoyed the stream. I hope you guys have enjoyed it too as well. And man, the money we've raised as well. £417 and 7 pence. It's a phenomenal amount. If we can hit 500 by stream ends, then genuinely I will be gobsmacked. And don't forget, it's not quite the end yet, because we still got to go to Melbourne after, so we've still got another 3.5 hours to go after. Streaming that flight, I don't know the code, so I can tell that Delta Bravo is going to be Berlin. For about 12 hours, and you're so tired. Yeah, I mean, I've done a couple of long 12-hour streams before, but usually the QF9 and 10 flights, the QANTAS ones, they take a lot of time. It's a crazy amount. When's my next stream? If I stream on Sunday, then I'll do a stream on Sunday evening. It'll be a train simulator, not a flight sim. Definitely be a train sim stream. If I don't stream on Sunday, then it will be on Wednesday. Depends how tired I feel tomorrow, if I can really muster the energy to do another live stream. Because normally I try and do a 2 on a weekend. Technically I've done 3, this will be a 3-parter, so we'll see. No worries, Fiddle Finley. Hopefully we'll see you again just before landing. Don't worry, still got just under 2 hours to go until we get that point. No worries, man. Take care. Hopefully talk to you again soon. I'm not asleep, I'm just giving myself a quick chance to rest before bringing the flight into land, don't you worry. This is still the same flights to Perth. We still got a little bit longer left to go until we land, an hour and 42 minutes. Total flight time was total block time is 16 hours and 40 minutes. 16 hours, 40 minutes. We've been in the air for 14 hours and 59 minutes, so we're just about to take over to 15 hours. Here we go. Less than 2 hours to go now until we land. But yeah, don't you worry, I am monitoring this flight. I'm also just giving myself a quick chance to rest before we do bring the aircraft into land. Normally it'd be a second crew entirely operating the rest of the flight, but I am one person doing the whole thing. Sun has not started to raise yet. Sun will raise in approximately... times now. Sun will start to rise in about 15, 20 to 30 minutes. Don't you worry. Still got a little bit longer to go until the sun will start to rise. So far we're holding cruise of Mach 0.88, rather fine. Engine currently only operating about 78% RPM. It's been a very good flight. A lot of things have gone right, very few has gone wrong. The only thing that I can say has gone wrong is my own planning with packs. Actually got some work on your channel on. Sounds good, man. Glad to hear it. Right, I'm gonna make one more trip to the toilets. One more bit of rest. And then we're back to finish it off. Yeah, so after this flight, we'll then be doing a second flight, which is then from Perth to Melbourne. That's a 3 hour and 30 minute long flight. So after we land, we'll then take off and do that. Alright, so like I say, go pop to the loo. Gonna refresh myself, and then we'll come in and land. Well then, would you have a look at that? The sun is rising. Finally, got some lights to our left-hand sides. Bit of lights actually now lighting up the aircraft as well. Should only be a few minutes away now. Well, we're an hour and a half from landing. Top of descent. Let's have a look. It's currently 23:14 Zulu. Yes. According to this, we're actually an hour behind schedule. Don't hit top of descent for another 1 hour and 30 minutes. So that expected arrival is already going to be out the door. We're a lot later than I thought we were. Okay. We'll see. Because I have this telling me that my arrival will be at... Interesting. According to this, my arrival is going to be at 2:23 in the morning. But according to my ETA on top of the screen, on all other places, we're about an hour ahead of schedule and should be landing at 21. Let's have a look. If I go step by step, between Merib and Keels. We start this descent. There's the green dots, just right on the edge of that. So how long will it take us to fly 500 miles? 550 miles to be more precise. Webcam back on. Yes, like I say, this doesn't quite add up as it should. Yeah, my webcam, you can tell, is really not picking up the lighting right now. This is going to be a pain to make work for the final stages. My shoulders kind of disappeared, and yeah, I think I might just end without the webcam, to be fair. The webcam's not really adding too much to the stream. Yeah, so how long will it take us to fly that far? There's a waypoint coming up now, Ninob. Can't wait till sunrise. I mean, the sun is starting to rise now. Perhaps we may be able to spot it appearing over the horizon very soon. Don't want to be something that's playing. It is. It is. I can find, in my opinion, it can sometimes be a bit overpowering, but it does have its moments of beauty. So actually, if we spawn over this side, we can now start to see some light actually act on the aircraft as well. No longer as dark as it was earlier. See a lot more of what's going on at the moment. Ooh, apparently the webcam's still on. Yeah, it's definitely not going to work, unfortunately. with this amount of lighting. Back for landing. Sounds good, man. You mean for the butter? Of course. It's going to be a perfect landing this today. Had the night to enjoy it. Now it's time for the start to rise again. Give us a bit more of the world to see. There's an aircraft to our left somewhere. Yeah, I can imagine it'd be a little bit far out for us to spot. I mean, that's the thing. I'm gonna say, I don't quite know what time to follow. Do we land at 1:30 in the morning? Or do we land at close to 2:30 in the morning? I've got two very different times at the moment. Well, I'd certainly like to have the earlier landing. Ultimately, it comes down to what time we can really get. Sun's rising, of course. Not long now until we hit landfall, really. Time to fly your 788 because you're bored nose, man. Take care. just watched your Motorways 3 crash video. Yeah, I'm not sure what causes that glitch, but it's certainly one that I haven't seen very often in that game. Completely kills whatever's going on in the world. I think it's a common thing. Interesting. I mean, I've seen other people like who have had similar issues, but at least me personally, I've never had too much of a problem with that. Train that just messes around, goes flying, whatever. Made for a fun video, can't lie. It's only a lot of fun recording that. I think someone switched from the Metropolitan line to circle tracks and distracts and crashes into a wall. Having a look at the speeds, we're almost up to 600 knots ground at the moment. 77 knot tailwinds, combined with our Mach 0.88 cruise speed. We're definitely flying along right now. If we were stuck at Mach 0.80 like we were earlier, then there's no way we'd be getting much closer to our destination just yet. We'd still be somewhere midway over the Indian Ocean. Increasing our cruising speed certainly could sped things up by a fair bit. Now it's just a case of hoping that when it comes to landing we have gained a fair bit as well. I mean, expected arrival at the bottom of the screen, 1 hour 17 minutes. But according to the FMS, top of descent is in 1 hour and 17 minutes. So hopefully we've gained a little bit more on that. We'll see how it updates. What should do at that marker though, it's then only about 20 minutes from top of descent to landing, so that's a very quick process at least. Perhaps that's why it's then so late. Well, actually, it's more like 30 minutes top of descent till landing. Ooh, there's the sun. Going to stay until about 30 minutes till we can watch landing. It's not going to be about 30 minutes, I'm afraid. It's going to be at least 1 hour and 30 minutes till landing. Takeoff will be for another 2 hours at least. So add another hour to your estimation there. And perhaps you'll be able to see a little bit more of this flight. Tired? Absolutely. Very tired. So, our next waypoint, Merib, in 400 miles. That will... yeah, it says 1 hour till top of descent, but I'd like that to be a bit quicker if possible. Next waypoint, Merib. We'll hit that point. The one following Keels. That's when we then reach our top of descent, start making our way down to the airport. Very nearly there. So you fit on your tablet, how long have I been awake? I've been awake since 7:50 this morning. I woke up at 7:50, which was about 17 hours ago. It's gonna be more than 13 because we've been in the sky for 15 and a half, so yeah, 15 and a half. It's half an hour of prep and then half an hour, 40 minutes of pre-flight check, of actually pre-stream, kind of getting the computer turned on, set up as well. So yeah, 15, 16 hours and 40 minutes I've been awake. What time do I land? I land in hopefully about 1 hour and 12 minutes. I've got a can of energy drink as well on me, but I haven't yet opened it or drank from it. I don't think I'm going to need it actually. I think I should all be alright without the extra boost of caffeine. I'm going to need it for tomorrow when it comes to manual labour, but as it stands, it should be alright. Wake up at 10 because you're lazy. I wish I could wake up at 10, but I am more of a morning person than an evening person, so yeah, I don't complain. How to get passenger wing view. In X-Plane you can preset different camera views using the numpad keyboard. So that's the 1 to 9, and essentially you can set yourself different views within the airplane, both inside. It's a very nice sunrise actually that as well inside the cabin. So you've got inside views, and you can also do some stuff from the outside, such as this beautiful shadow. So actually I can imagine that the ETA on the top bar, 036 Zulu, probably quite an accurate time, given that the programmed flight time, there you go, already gained about 30 minutes, because this is based on the FMS speeds. Can't wait for the Magknight cockpit update. Same here, absolutely. Right, so Very shortly, we'll prep for top of descent. We're landing in Perth, yes. Not there yet, but we're not far away from the airport. 1 hour and 7 minutes left to go. Make sure not to tail strike like you did. We haven't tail striked it yet. I don't have any intentions to do so either. Your mother travelled from Heathrow to Vietnam. Sounds like quite a cool flight, that. Which airline? New York trains, okay. Yeah, the winds right now for us are absolutely spot on, perfect. As I say, combined with the higher speeds as well, on the cruise at Mach 0.88, we've done ourselves a very big favour with the timing. We have actually gained a good hour or so, and yet I thought it was a relatively slow start. Fuel-wise, still got half a tank in left and right. I have to say, you're the first to get to about the Magknight. I've enjoyed it, especially some of the recent updates. It's definitely making its shape. Can't see me yet, because right now it's kind of to 1 in the morning in the UK. I've got no lighting, and I've got family at home who are trying to sleep, so I'm trying to keep things low profile as possible. I don't think I'm going to get the, yeah, and because I'm tired, so I'm not going to get the face cam to work properly. Unless you want to see the state I'm in right now. Not gonna happen. So we've got our approach sorted out now. We know which way we're gonna go. Let's make sure that we've got everything down on note form as well. So set the arrival. We will be landing at it will be inbound from the west star via the wave to Alpha for runway 03. At least you're doing this for a good reason. Absolutely. I mean, £417. It's going to help a lot of people, that. In London, do you go on transport in Liverpool streets? I'm not sure what you mean by that, Karen. Less than 1 hour to go. According to ETA, we are going to be on the ground in about 50 minutes. According to this, we'll be on the ground in about 1 hour and 10 minutes, so yeah, we are no more than like an hour away from being able to taste the ground. The winds have sped up again, now up to 89 knots. Current ground speed is 590 knots. Could you try and surpass 600 at this point in cruise? Who knows? Yes, there is a Discord. You can join my server via the link in the description. So if you want to head on down, chat a bit more, talk about the flights a bit more as well, then link in the description, feel free to join that. From the looks, default flight gear 7.8 looks very similar to the Magknights. Lacks in light mapping though. I mean, how different can an aircraft look if they're modeled the same thing basically? How different can say two 737s look if they're both 737s? As much as I'd like to do a 17-hour train journey on Charity, I don't think I could do it for that long. A flight's a bit easier, because the system does all the work for me, but a train would just be a bit too much, I'd say. Especially towards the latter stages, when I am completely knackered. It's just a layer of cloud. I thought for a second I could spot land in the distance. No, it's just the world playing tricks on me. Expected arrival. Less than 1 hour. Less than 1 hour to go. I'm going to Perth to Melbourne. Yes, I will be doing a second flight, or a third. Yeah, second flight today, and that will be Perth to Melbourne. As the initial challenge was £150, which if we reached, I would have then done the second leg. We reached that within 20 minutes of departure, so already we've planned the flights. And that's just a case of bringing it into action. Still going strong? Of course. Of course. I am completely knackered. I've been sitting here for 16 hours and 15 minutes. But we are now less than an hour away from landing. So, how's your barbecue? I must say actually as well, Mo, you've actually become a bit of a legend on this channel now. A lot of people calling him out as the guy who popped in for 5 minutes, dropped 200 quids, and disappeared for the barbecue after. You're a star, an absolute star. How long do we have? 57 minutes to expected arrival. And then after that, we're going to go for about 30 minutes, we'll turn around, and then we'll head over to Melbourne after. So the Melbourne flight's about 3.5 hours. I won't be finished streaming until at least 6 in the morning. I'll have a quick power nap, and then yeah, in the morning I'll then head out and do some manual labour for a bit, because as I said, the railway's going to reopen again hopefully in July, and the government have allowed us to start work again there in the start. So we'll start working from it tomorrow, start rebuilding everything, and then by July 4th we'll start having our first passengers on board with social distancing rules implemented. And so my job tomorrow will be to head out and grease all of the points to make sure that they're all loose. You need way more subscribers than you do now, sitting here for 18 hours flat. Absolutely. Do give me a shout when you do arrive. I'll try and get myself based over at the car park station. And give me a shout too. If you park in the residence parking, rather than paying £5 for the day, you can use a residence card and get you in for free. Very weird. Are you going to bed? Not yet. I'm a driver for a train, but only as a volunteer. So I'm at a volunteer railway. Perhaps maybe I'll turn it into a job at some point in the future, we'll see. Guess what you're doing now? Well, it's 1 in the morning, so presumably you'll be on Flight Sim at this point, or actually at Battlefield. You seem to have a real thing for that game, Battlefield. Yeah, if you're in or around London, then do check it out. The Right Supply Railway. Very interesting. Some aircraft and flight gear are really bad, such as 731 and 722. And then some are excellent, like 788 and the Project Seattle 777. I mean, being flight gear, it is a freeware project at the end of the day, so it ultimately comes down to what time people has for it, really. And so, yeah, thought he'd be in 2020. One of the lucky few to make it into the alphas. That blasted NDA. Sadly, we don't get to find out much about it until Microsoft sticks some stuff on Facebook later. If your YouTube thing goes past, you might get busy dealing in the art. It's that kind of job. Sounds good. What do you go on Train Simulator in London games? Oh, do you go on Train Simulator in London games? I'll do anything in Train Sim, really. I mean, there's a lot more out there in the railways than just what we have out of London. Some of the international routes I absolutely adore, especially those I've been on, especially those in like Finland. Finland's railways, fantastic. The railways in out of Stockholm as well, in Sweden. Some of the bridges in that area of the valley is just beautiful, it really is. According to Swiss 001, yes, so with FS 2020, because of a non-disclosure agreement and NDA, essentially if you're part of the alpha tests, then you're not allowed to share screenshots, you're not allowed to share videos, otherwise it could land you in a lot of trouble with Microsoft. Because the product's not out yet, and therefore not all of it's going to be officially out until release, there's a lot that they don't want to show off yet, especially like bugs and broken issues. But I'm sure soon, when Microsoft start pushing for a release. We'll quite see a little bit more of it. If you do get a job at a railway company, they try and keep you in the area where you live. Depends on the company, really. I mean, there are some companies that, if you can't operate near where you live, they'll give you support in relocation. If you get a job with Linear, you'll be stuck on the London to Leeds service. Most of these railway companies, however, don't do driving jobs straight out of hire. You could probably get, what's it? You could probably do like onboard service assistants, but as a rather driver, usually those are internal hires. So you have to work at the company for a certain period of time, before then you can be eligible to join. So, you'll be stuck on London to Leeds service, but ultimately, within what role? It's more likely I'll stick you on a station initially, and you'll be a station assistant. It's a game changer to the point that everyone will drop the sim, sadly. So you really think that FS 2020 will be the king of all flight sims? Will Microsoft reclaim its crown? I mean, it used to be the king of all flight sims, and then they stopped developing it for 20 odd years, giving X-Plane and P2D a chance to kind of step up in its shadow. Will Microsoft regain their crown? It's 9:55 AM in Sydney. What time is it in London? In London, it is coming up to 1 AM in the morning. It's currently 0:56 AM. Oh yeah, it's not just the best sim, it's the best game out there now. Big words, big words. I mean, from the screenshots we've seen, I mean, yeah, the world scenery really is fantastic based on the whole satellite images and the Azure data kind of pinpointing it all out on the map. From what we've seen so far, as well as the videos, I mean, the weather announcement from last weekend, Microsoft stuck out some videos of all the clouds and all that. The new clouds are looking phenomenal. You get about 26 miles out of London on Bright Mainland, so that's the Red Hill area you then around, just north of Gatwick. FSX's revolutionary masterpiece that will always be remembered by flight sims. FSX was a botched job that was kind of strapped together from FS 2004. As the platform itself, FSX is actually quite disappointing. Before release, they had broken the rain effect so that it never worked. And because of time pressures and budget issues with Microsoft at the time, it's actually a bit of a rush job. FS 2004 was a revolutionary masterpiece. FSX's successor, and the main reason why we loved it so much is because it was the last Microsoft Flight Simulator to be out. And was pretty much the only sim on the market for about, well yeah, again, you have X-Plane 10 and X-Plane 9, but they were very small in scale before the whole growth. But yeah, FSX, sorry, the main reason it became so popular is because it was this last platform, the longevity of it kept it going. We're in Australia in 48 minutes. Australia in 48 minutes. And don't forget, between FS9 and FS10, there's only 2 years in it. 2 years of difference based on the same ASUS engine. 45 over London. I mean, that's decent on max settings. What's up, Fari? What's with all the hmms? The heli chopper just passed over your house. What, at 1 in the morning? A bit late for a last minute drill exercise, isn't it? Ooh, fair play Mo. Good thing the admins are involved. Alright, so there we go. That waypoint just there. That'll be Merib. And Merib is our last waypoint at cruising altitude until we make our descent. So initially to 350, so we reach Keels. 80 miles, bring it down to 14, another 11 to 11, and then so forth, so forth. Initially started with 22 pages of waypoints. We're down to our last 4. And as the sun now starts to rise, just a reminder as well that this stream has been done in support of the Red Cross in supporting the COVID-19 issues, both in the UK and around the world. So we've raised £417.70 so far. It's been a phenomenal fundraiser. Mo, you yourself have already portrayed like half of this as well. It's crazy. The barbecue cooking, money throwing crazy guy who just appears for 5 minutes and leaves. But no, so far it's been a phenomenal stream with a fantastic amount raised, and it will definitely go out to help a lot of people. Help people with the shopping, help people with like their medicines and clearing out hospitals and all that. There's a lot that the Red Cross are doing right now to support with the whole COVID-19. Then any excess out of that, I'm sure, then go back into more fundraising, which will then allow for more income to go into more, as well as international support as well, once that starts kicking up again. You're tired, Norwegian. I'm tired. I've been sitting here for 19 hours, talking, trying to fill in the gaps. But almost there. We're almost there. In fact, we're about to hit 16 hours on the clock now. That's time 15 hours, 58 minutes since we took off from London. A little bit of turbulence at the moment. A little bit of shaking going on, but not too severe yet. We'll see about signs as they are. Sure. Let's have a look. Gosh. Oh yeah, I can see what airport this is. Very nice. Is Donald Trump in London? No. He's currently in the US as far as I'm aware. I don't know if he's got any more scheduled visits to the UK anytime soon. How much is there left? 42 minutes. 42 minutes until we land. In fact, oh look, a green dot has appeared. Do you guys know what the green dot means? That means top of descents. We are so close to top of descent now, we can actually see it. Yep, we're almost there. Welcome YouTube Airways, how are you? We're almost there. So close. You can actually see it. Going to stay until 1:30 AM. Good luck with that. Yeah, I mean the expected arrival right now is at 40 minutes, although we are going to be maybe 30 minutes delayed, I'd say. Which for a flight of this length and time... what just happened? No. Pack's crashed. Wait, no it hasn't. Hang on. What should happen there? So, the thing at the bottom of the screen has... Oh no, now it's back again. Don't do this to me, X-Plane. Do not give me a heart attack. We are 16 hours into this flight. If you were to crash on me now, I would probably never fly a flight simulator ever again in my life. I felt that. It's now Sunday, where I am. Oh, I felt that. I've had a few microstutters like that in the flight so far, but that was definitely the scariest. Come on, X-Plane. You've done me so well at the moment. If this was P2D, we would have crashed long ago with an out of memory error. X-Plane's rather well built for these long distance flights, and so, come on. We are so close to our destination now. To have it all come crashing down this late would be the end. To be fair, I'd feel so bad about it crashing this day, I'd probably go back and refund everyone who donated. It shouldn't crash. It shouldn't crash. If I've ever had an X-Plane crash, I think in my 3 years of using X-Plane on stream, only 3 times that it crashed on me, and on all 3 occasions, it was within the first 30 minutes of departure. And that's down to the fact that I've maybe like installed a mod recently and then it installed incorrectly or something, but yeah, usually if it crashes, it's because of something that I've done wrong, and it'll do it early. Never have I had a crash on, say, like short final on top set or anything like that. If I can get myself in the first 90 minutes of the flight, I'm almost guaranteed a landing. Somebody trying to end a golden start over in Sumu. Good luck to them. I mean, as good as AT Contacts is, perhaps on this occasion, I'd kind of prefer to go on it just on Unicom. Makes I'm too tired now to even comprehend sentences and responses. Yeah, Norway's been on the stream for a good 16 hours now. He's been popping in and out the whole time. So yeah, the beep beep beep, that was just IVAO telling me that I've got a... Well, they've got a version or something going on at the moment. It's just IVAO giving me a notification. What else I missed? I missed one other one as well. No worries, Hornets. Take care. Talk to you later. I use a new optimized version of X-Plane. I'm using X-Plane 11.5 beta 9. We're currently on beta 11. The reason I'm sticking with beta 9, so beta 10 was a horrible mess where the shadows and the lighting was just all problematic, especially for OpenGL users. So I skipped 10, and then 11 came out quite recently. Most people saying it's better than 9. But I have seen 1 or 2 people mention that it crashes during a long-distance flight, and so given that I'm kind of doing a long-distance flight right now, perhaps one to avoid. So beta 9 I'm currently on, and it's working a charm. I've seen a good 10 FPS increase since its release, and so far it's been rather good. Really tired now. Have a nice day. And was it going to be another stream today? Yeah. So after I land at Perth, we're going to go do a second flight, and that's to Melbourne. But yeah, no worries, Norwegian. You've done well to stick it out this long. All the videos will also be on YouTube and Twitch later, so if you are going to miss landing live, you can still catch up and watch it again afterwards. So don't you worry, you're not going to miss out on too much. Come for 1 hour, leave, get some YouTube work done for your channel, come back after an hour and a half. I mean, well, time it how you will, but we land in approximately 40 minutes. So it'll be 1:50 British time when we land. Around about that, yes. All I know is that, regardless of what estimation we're going on, so based on the ETA on the top of the screen, which is Zulu, based on the FMS estimation, which is 0109, everyone's saying less than an hour to go. A bit of a frame rate. Actually, that lag spike there was probably a good thing. What it probably means is that the scenery for Australia and Perth are now loading. And therefore, we are now minutes away from seeing land for the first time in about 9 hours. In fact, can you spot where the ground gets a bit darker in the middle of the screen there? Welcome, my friends, to Australia. Last donation, have a nice day. Massive thanks, man, Norwegian. That is again, it's a fantastic amount we've raised. And I am genuinely glad to see that even more of it is coming this way. Let me quickly add it to the total amounts. But yeah, once again, man, much appreciated for what you've been donating today. Take care. Have a good night. Hopefully speak to you again soon. Alright, so like I said, we'll get this quick donation amount sorted out. And then we'll plan this top of descents. So we'll figure out which altitudes we need to be at for the intercept into Perth. We'll program the ILS frequencies as well. Get everything all calculated out. So it's 44 NOK he donated, which is £3.70. Let's add that to the pots. Oh, I should have been in this from the start, haven't I? Then it's that, and then it's that. There we go. So we have now raised a total of £420 and 77 pence. Phenomenal. Truly phenomenal. Anybody using high-end XP11 and other Sims PCs at home can find a cure for SARS-CoV-2. Oh yeah, because wasn't there that network thing that came out where people could use their spare processing power to help scientists program a virus-killing thing? It was a whole complicated thing, but the whole actual system of, again, using CPU processors to kind of share it all, it's very cool. Very cool concept. Right, so the intercepts into the ILS will be at 3,000 for Timmy. Yes, he's been down at 3,000. And the ILS frequency hopefully this won't crash. Which it hasn't, very good. Although still a bit out of range. Okay. Try and find the alternative source then. So there we go. Go over to radio navigation. The frequencies for runway 03 110.10. So 110.1, 110.1, and the runway heading is 013. Identification is IPN, although we don't require that. Cool. AC1 2000. That should actually be a different squawk code, but we'll leave it as it is. So we've set up our frequencies now for landing. We are almost ready to make our descent. In fact, if I zoom in on the range, let's set this down to 3000. And in a matter of how long? In a matter of 4 minutes, we leave our cruising altitude. 4 minutes. 4 minutes left out of 16 hours. For me, this is joy. This is pure joy. Run simulations of protein cells used by the CPU, DPU. If you have the right DLC, it'd say do London Penzance Sleeper Train. Just wondering, most people flights in PCs are high end. So in fact, I think when that project started being promoted, Mo actually did share it a few times in the X11 Facebook group, and it did get a few downloads as well. So absolutely, Flight Sim has got its fractures, as I say, but there have been certainly plenty of occasions where people have come together and have done some rather amazing things. We are in Australian airspace. The bit of darkness in the distance there, it's not a massive, you can't really see it, but there's a slightly thin line in the middle of the screen where it gets a bit darker. That is Australia. There we go. Let's descend. So we switch over to the VNAV mode. Let me the aircraft and I'll calculate the descents. Yeah, it's going to be a bit of a steep that, but as the aircraft catches up, it will level off. Don't you worry. The nose will lift up again. How much longer? 30 minutes. No more than 30 minutes. Can't post links into chat. No, that's just unfortunately how YouTube works. Yeah, I don't know how YouTube's link systems work, but ultimately I have no control over what it does allow, what it doesn't. Arriving to Australian airspace after 20-hour flight, be like, why beautiful walking meme, but with Somo there instead. Right, just a few more sherry things. Let's do this. Let's focus now on our landing. You should do other sims like DCS, War Thunder on your channel. Maybe get more views for a charity event such as this one, some combat action. Trust me, 17 hours of combat action, I'll be more than knackered by the end. What's this? Oil temperature is very low at the moment. Is there a system in place that we can use to raise it? If not, then it's not going to be too much of a problem. We'll be able to increase it later anyway when we hit more of a lower descent. No worries, Finley. Have a good night. Hopefully talk to you again soon. Take care. I do have a Discord server, links in the description. Passing through 20,000. Seatbelt signs on. Passing through 20,000 now, flight level 200. When you busted the bread at Perth, could you play Land Down Under on stream? Okay, we'll do it. Yep, welcome back Basil. Caught us right at the end here. Only 15 minutes now till touchdown, maybe even less than that. Get the weather information, shall we? So we're currently here. Perth is now just ahead of us. Refresh the information. QNH 1021. Clear visibility. Yeah, so now below 20,000. So close. We can now, like I say, we can always taste the Australian land ahead of us. How are you for the rest of the day? I wasn't too bad. I was very pleased with the fundraising. You guys have donated so much, it's genuinely fantastic. I never expected to hit 420. I didn't expect to hit 150, so like I say, you guys have absolutely blown me away with the donations so far. Ooh, 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 ooh. What's that right there? Ooh, ooh, what's this? It's land. We've not seen land for 9 hours. It'd be awesome to get intercepted by a F-18. So South Classic Hornet is going F-35. It wouldn't be awesome to be intercepted an F-18 right now. If anything, it'd probably be more of a hindrance at this late stage of this approach. At this point, I'm here to focus on my landing into Perth. One I would like to be on an aeroplane chasing me on my tail, with potential consequences after. We're 10 minutes away, so we are in the very final stages now of approach. Under 15,000, yes, down to 13,000 now. Expected arrival 14 minutes till touchdown. 14. Good morning, Snowy Cats. Of course, just in time. We're 10 minutes away from landing. We've been airborne for 16 hours and 32 minutes. We can now see the Australian coast in the horizon. We are minutes away from landing. We're just about to pass through 10,000 feet as well. Landing lights active. Cabin crew, 10 minutes to landing, 10 minutes. Let's also switch the barometer. 1012 QNH. Feel so bad for you, have to sit here for 16 plus hours. Don't feel bad for me, I enjoy it. I mean, the fact that I can raise money for such an amazing cause at the same time, screw it, it's worth it. I'll be busy tomorrow, so whatever I've gained sitting here, I'll probably go lose in the morning. Yes, there's a good chance what's happened there is YouTube has detected that as self-promotion and therefore spam. Like I say, I don't control the detection, that's down to YouTube. These graphics kind of make you want to switch back to XP11 now. Why not? Nothing's stopping you. Even if you are using P3 or FSX, you can always use both sims side by side. Why choose one over the other when you can have both? So there's Perth City Centre. And we'll continue to descend again in about 5 miles. And we go down from 9,000, 6,500 at Haycote. Alright, let's continue our descents. Thank you for subscribing, Marcia. Much appreciated. Yeah, the GTX 980, would that be enough? For FS 2020, what was the minimum spec of FS 2020? Because I think that graphics card may be something like that. Double check the minimum spec on the website. Thank you for subscribing, Basil, much appreciated. The airport should be somewhere over there. No worries, man. Always appreciate the support. Right. In just a couple of moments, we'll start deploying the flaps. Get 7,500, and then we'll prepare the slowdown for final descents. Set auto brakes to 2. The landing lights are active. Seatbelt sign is on. Flaps down 1. What keyboard and mouse are you using? You can hear your mouse scroll in the background. Keyboard is a cheap Chinese gaming keyboard. The mouse is a standard Dell OEM mouse because my gaming mouse, which is a cheap Chinese one, broke a couple of days ago, so Don't worry, I'm using the cheapest kit from the far reaches of China. What was the runway heading again? 013. So I set 013 on the heading indicator here. There we go. Flaps down 5. We actually do need to really start slowing down now. So we pop off the VNAV, continue on a standard descent. Just bring this aircraft down to about 170 knots. No need for speed brakes just yet. Now we do need them. Not long now, not long at all. Flaps 10. What PC do I use? My system specs are in the description, so if you want to check out what I'm using, feel free to check it out there. Probably easier to read it than having explained it to you at this late stage. And yeah, the HOTAS Warthog is just a phenomenal bit of kit. Flying has not felt the same since getting this. It is so much better. So much better. And again, Mo comes into play because at his place, using his kit, where I kind of really said, this is what I want. No worries, man. What joystick I was using before, I was using a Cytec Pacific Aviator. It's a budget stick, and it served me well, but it was never the best thing in the world. Could have always done a lot better than that. Bring it down to 140. VOR localizer active. And let's announce that we are now on final. Runway 03. Approach mode sets. Flaps down 25. Landing lights active. Gear down. Three greens. This is it. This is what we've waited 16 hours and 49 minutes for. Recently switched from the broken Logitech Extreme 3D Pro. The rudder was dead, as well as doing random inputs. That's just called spiking. For most sticks that have the twisty rudder, the rudder is probably the first thing to go. Unfortunately, it's quite a common issue no matter what joystick you use. Alright, as far as I'm concerned, we now have landing clearance. Quick final check, how much weight do we have? 151 tons. So we are within landing weights, but maybe a little heavier than I was expecting actually, especially after such a long flight. Passing through 2000. So far so good. Aircraft stable. Visibility is completely clear. Winds are a 7 knot headwind. As soon as we hit 1000, we will take manual control. Normally when it comes to manual control, I'm usually alright with it, but I don't know. I am really feeling this one. We've been flying for so long. It all comes down to this. This is it. 1,500. Graphics mods, right now using Ortho for XP ground scenery, as well as a few overlay mesh editors as well. And yeah, unfortunately the heat burn, we're not going to see much from the right hand side window. 1,000. Autopilot disconnects. We are in control. Auto throttle disarmed. It's a slight crosswind at the moment, so compensating for that.
400. 300. 200. 100. 50, 40, 30, 20, 10.
Reverse thrust.
10.
80 knots, reverse thrust cut. And since we are going to the international terminal, we will need to push to the right.
a fighter combi on a hippie trailhead full of zombies. I met a strange lady, she made me nervous.
And lights off.
Took me in and gave me breakfast.
House lights on.
And she said, "Do you come from a land of
APU start.
women glow and men wonder? Can't you hear the thunder? You better run, you better take cover." Buying bread from a man in Brussels.
Best something ever. Glad you guys enjoyed it.
Full of muscle.
I mean, I must say, I am chuffed. It was a slight crosswind, but the whole approach in was just phenomenal.
Gave me a Vegemite sandwich. And he said, "I come from a land down under."
And it's now, what, 1 year since I did the flight QF9 from Perth to London. 1 year, we finally returned the aircraft back to where we began. Oh yeah, it was definitely a flight to remember this. Oh, we've got someone here to wait for us on our arrival. A bit left, forwards, bit to the right.
Because I come from the land of plenty. And he said, "Oh, you come from a land down under." Yeah. Women glow and men wonder. Can you hear the thunder?
Have to go to GoPro view because I can barely see him from the bottom there. And stop. Parking brake set. AP generators on. Engines off. Strobe lights, sorry, beacon lights off. Hang on, no. Yeah, the engine's now shutting down, aren't they? AP power's on, seatbelt signs off, engine primary switches off, beacon lights off, and the fuel pumps we can also switch off as well. And let's speak to our passengers as well for the last time. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Perth. Local time right now is 7:50 in the morning, and flight time today was 16 hours and 50 minutes. We thank you for flying QANTAS Airlines today, flight QF10 from London Heathrow to Perth. And for those of you who will be staying on our flights to Melbourne today, we will ask you all to deboard the aircraft while you prepare the catering services, public address general. And yeah, we are now ready to move everything around really. So we're on the ground, all lights come off, strobe lights off, navigation light will keep on. Quick check of the overhead as well. So we're on AP generator, we will switch to ground power. We'll then go through the replays as well. And then don't forget, this isn't streamed over yet. We have got one more leg to do, and that'll be the flights to Melbourne. So, hope you're going to stick around for that as well. Don't worry, I don't blame you if you're going to tune away. So, external power active, AP generators off, APU off. We'll open the forward exit since we'll be deboarding via the jet bridge. 3 said he'd be landing at 5 PM. He said 2 PM. Stop lying to the passengers. Don't worry, my concept of time is completely gone since the whole lockdown started. This is your captain speaking. Welcome to Drawyah. Hope you enjoy getting beat up by a kanga and buying mini Vegemite souvenirs. Don't worry, my Australian accent is horrible. This will be streamed remembered, absolutely. How long till Melbourne? You'll say till about 2 AM. Well, the flight is about 3.5 hours long, so I'll be up until 6 in the morning, but you guys certainly don't have to be, because the whole charity stream was this bit, the initial bit from London to Perth. I will keep the donation overlays on that going for the second flights, but for the most part, this was the one to remember. Who's that? That's someone going through their gold star in California. Good luck to them. So let's end the flights tracking. So projects flight. If I switch over view. This is our flight in projects fly. So it starts off in the UK, starts off in London. It's a bit lag, I'm afraid, because of how much data is to load. We've got that. Head over to the Netherlands, through Germany, through Austria, Hungary, Romania, Bulgaria, through Turkey, cut across Syria, Iraq, a bit of Kuwait, over the United Arab Emirates, over Oman, and it was just nothing but water until we hit Australia. Took us in all 16 hours and 50 minutes. Complete the flights. Yes, please. And now the big one, which I know you guys are waiting for. Let's see how PAX fared. Unfortunately, its neutral satisfaction 64%. I can imagine the big complaint was food. So, extreme flying conditions. Not really. Unexpected flight delay. So actually, no one complained about the lack of food. Apparently it was extreme flying. But hey, don't tell your friends about this airline. I'm not complaining. It was a crazy flight, this overall. Block time 16 hours, 57 minutes. Worth it. No worries, Hornet. You take care. Talk to you later. Let's end. Well, this disconnects now from IVAO. And let's have a look at the replay, shall we? So we'll have a look at how the passengers fared to this one. So make sure it's not connected to anything we shouldn't be. Let's go back. Let's have a look at landing. So we'll take a look at it from the point of views. Hang on. Why is PAX now messing around? You should be hidden. In fact, it'd probably just be worth restarting it because of how laggy it was and messy. Right. Do one from the passenger window view. No worries, Hornet. Take care of yourself. Talk to you soon. Yeah, don't worry, Basil. I don't expect you to stay for so long. And there we have it. A passenger view landing of Perth. Let's now do the same for the external views. So stick it back a few minutes. So, initial approach. We had that little bit of a crosswinds to combat. So far so good. And then the initial touchdown, or perhaps a little bit of a float. I can't complain. If that was 2:15, that was 2:15. Welcome to this beautiful landing in a Vegemite world, of course. I must say, I'm proud of myself for flying for this long. I'm also very proud of you guys for the massive amounts of donations that we've had today. Mo, again, special shout out to you and your £200 whopper of a donation. That flight sim guy as well at the start, I can't forget about him. He was the first one to really kick things up to £200. It's been a phenomenal stream, guys. And all of you who shared, all of you who watched, all of you who chatted even, just anyone who played any part of the stream today, be proud of yourselves. You took part in something that not even I expected to reach out this far. So, yeah. What I'm going to do now is, yeah, no worries, Mo. Well done, good luck for the final leg. Take care, man. You are a star. I wish you the best tonight. And, yeah, as soon as lockdown ends, at some point, we will meet up. Still can donate more. If you do, then feel free to. Speed break shouldn't be out, but flaps are definitely down. Whoops. Oh, speed brakes are out apparently as well. Well, the flaps are staying down. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to end the stream for about 5 minutes. Because, as I say, YouTube has a time limit of 12 hours. Otherwise, it will then break everything. So I'm going to restart the stream. Don't go anywhere if you're going to watch the next leg to Melbourne. And then in that, we'll set up the aircraft and prepare everything to go for that. It's been a phenomenal flight. And again, you guys have been fantastic as well. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.